Hey, welcome into the Hot Shop, you guys. Let me just introduce what we have going on real quick. So we do have a visiting artist. His name is Luis Sanchez. He's the one who's standing by the center bench with the gloves on. And we are working on a very intricate piece of glass. This piece was made on a previous date, and then they cut or ground a window into the side of it, so that is just hollow all the way through right there. If you were to stick your hand inside, it would go through. And we are now heating up these small flowers that Luis has made. They're sitting inside of this box here. We just finished attaching, I think, 3 of them. And some examples of Luis's work are out on the front pedestals and also on the front table. So these were made Friday, for example, some large-scale vases. And then this is flame-worked glass, so working with a table-mounted torch and small rods of color. It's a very different technique. And it's really cool to see them bring both of these different techniques together. And now we are on to a big step. We've just attached another pipe onto the center of the bottom of the piece. If you haven't seen this before, this is what we do to flip the orientation or transfer a piece off of a pipe. So we'll be breaking this entire piece off of the pipe that it was just on. And to do this, we apply some water, which cracks that connection from thermal shock, enough to pop the piece right off. So now that we've done this, we can start finishing off the neck of the vase. And I know you can't really see it. You guys came in just after we finished this, but again, we have 3 small flowers that are nestled kind of in the base on the inside of the vase. So this is something you'll be able to see through that window later on when the piece is finished. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. So I want to give you an introduction as to what we have going on. I'll start off by saying we have a visiting artist in the hot shop today. His name is Luis Sanchez. He's the one in the black gloves at the center bench. He's wearing those gloves to protect from the heat. He's getting really close to the glass as he pushes these flowers onto the surface of the piece. These are all pieces that he individually made on this setup right here in the front. So that technique, which you could see examples of here as well, this is called flame working. So use a table-mounted flame. And then this, of course, is glass blowing. So he's combining these two pretty different techniques to create these really intricate pieces of glass. These are some pieces he made over the last couple of days of the residency. I think these ones are from Friday specifically. And it looks like we're getting ready to break this piece off and put it away at this point. So to break the piece off, we're applying some water near the end of the pipe, just cracking that connection enough for it to pop off. They're really trying to keep those flowers warm in the meantime. And just like that, we have broken off our first piece of the day. And this is going inside of the annealer to slowly cool down overnight. This box is what keeps it from cracking and breaking from thermal shock, so it's really important that we put them all in there as soon as possible. Again, that was the first piece of the day done. Could I have Luis's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So for those who just joined in, I wanted to give another little introduction as to what we have going on. And up on the screen, we have a slideshow going, showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made work and maybe some inspiration photos. So Luis Sanchez, he is a local artist to Tacoma. I started blowing glass or working with glass at the age of 13. And this is through the Hilltop Artists program. So if you don't know what that is, it's a local program that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. And he has continued to stay in the program and is now a program manager there as well. And again, I wanted to emphasize, Luis knows how to do a lot of different things with glass. So he does flame working, which again are these kind of smaller scale, very detailed pieces of glass right here. That's done using a table-mounted torch like you see right here. And then we have glass blowing in the hot shop, so he's bringing the two together to create really intricate designs for the finished products. And all of this work that you're seeing here is based off of different clay vessels that are traditionally found in Mexico. So the piece that you see on the table here, I guess all the pieces, plural, as well as the pieces on the screen, you can see a strong correlation to the finished product. Yeah, we have a lot of different plans for today. We're going to see a ton of different projects going on. I'll make sure to follow along and explain as we go. But if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand, grab my attention. Thank you. Now, over on the right bench, we have something pretty complicated going on. If we could have a view of the right bench, please. Thank you. So, I know it's hard to see, but on this tray, this kiln shelf, we have all these individual little pieces of glass, and these have patterns inside of them. So this is something called Marini. If you know anything about glass, maybe you might slightly recognize that term. But basically what it is, they take a piece of glass and this is stretched out, and when they cut it up, there's a pattern or an image that's revealed inside. And this is done in so many different ways. They create flowers, or they create faces, or simple shapes like circles or squares. These ones are mostly clear with little white circles kind of scattered throughout. So that's what we can expect to see for the patterning of this piece. Oh, and up on the screen, we can see a pretty good view of the Marini now. So again, these are mostly clear glass, and then we have all these little white dots or circles that are images inside of that clear glass. This is something I think they made on Friday. So oftentimes we'll do prep work a day or so in advance, and then we can set things aside and warm them back up. So this process is difficult to describe, but we are going to be bringing this pipe at the center bench that Maishan has over to the right, and we'll be picking up the glass around the outside on the end of the pipe to create almost a cylindrical shape. So that's why they're heating it up so much. They're heating it up enough that it's moving a little bit, like a soft taffy texture, so it can actually roll and bend around the end of the pipe. So just in case anyone else is wondering this, We turn basically all of the equipment off when we're done working in the hot shop. The only thing we leave on 24/7 is the glass furnaces themselves, so the tanks that actually hold the molten glass inside of them. And those are the tanks with the closed doors. You can see the glow kind of just emanating from behind the door. They're sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So those are the ones we keep on all the time. So could we have a view of the right bench again, please? I think they're going to be doing this cane or Marini roll-up pretty soon. So up on the screen, again, we have a pretty good view of the right bench. They've heated up the Marini enough that they can pick it up, kind of wrap it around the end of the pipe. And this will eventually be completely closed off, forming a cylinder around the end of the pipe. So this is how certain patterned bubbles of glass can be created. So they still have to do a couple of things with this glass that they've just picked up. There could be small gaps in between where those small pieces are connected. Air can escape through that, so they have to make sure everything's really smooth and flush. And then they also have to close off the end of the cylinder to create basically just one bubble that they can blow into on the end of the pipe. And then as for the center bench, I actually have no idea what's happening here. And that does happen every once in a while. So I'm just kind of watching and seeing what they do with this piece of glass. The tank, yeah. So if we turn the glass furnaces off, which I know I mentioned to everyone, we keep them on 24/7, the glass will start to cool and solidify, and that can destroy the ceramic tank it's sitting inside of, the ceramic crucible. So that's part of the reason we leave it running, but we mostly just leave it running so that we can use it at any point in time. It's the same consistency, same temperature. Oh yeah, so this is exactly what we did for our very first piece of the day, if anyone was here for that. We picked up a vase or piece that was made on a previous date. This has a window in the side of it, so your eyes don't deceive you. It's just a cutout, basically. And what they do with this is really interesting. They kind of build upon it using the overall shape as a base. So we can technically work with glass, any glass piece as many times as we need to, as long as we cool it down really slowly and then bring it back up to temperature really slowly. That's what a lot of these boxes in the front are used for. So I know a lot of you haven't seen this project yet, so I'll reiterate that Luis, our visiting artist, one at the center bench with the black gloves on, he does flame working as well as glass blowing. So this is some of his work up on the front pedestal, some examples of flame working. So he creates individual petals out of glass and assembles them all together to create flowers, for example. And so for the piece we made this morning, that was this shape, he took all of these individual flowers and placed them onto the outside and on the inside of the piece, like the reference photo you see on the screen. So each visiting artist is different. They're going to have different projects they work on, different people that they bring in or don't bring in. Every time we have a visiting artist, they have access to our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. So I think maybe a good half of the people on the floor today are working for the Museum of Glass, and they work here full time like this. And then Luis has also brought in some support of his own. Since he's such a local artist, like to Tacoma, it's really easy to have some of his friends come in and help out. So yeah, just to emphasize, these two projects we're working on at the moment, one at the center bench, one at the right bench, they are technically separate projects. So they're not going to be attaching these two together or bringing them together. In the piece of the center bench, we already have the overall shape. We're just adding on our details, which for right now, Luis is using this rod of white glass. So it is going to turn out white, like you see already. And he's heating up the very end of it and pushing it on to create dots. This is flame working in the hot shop. It's really interesting to see. And then over on the right bench, the glass that they're working with over there has a pattern on it already that we put together before you guys came in. And this is going to turn into a pig, which is a plant holder. And I haven't heard of these myself, but again, all of the work that we are creating during this residency is based off of traditional Mexican clay vessels. So, and you know what? Let's have Luis's slideshow up on the screen again, please. I wanted to make sure, since I know a few new people have joined in here and there, that you had a chance to see our visiting artist artwork. And again, Luis is the one up here in the front. He's just now bringing out some of those flowers to attach to the piece. He's just been keeping them warm inside of this little blue box right here. Oh yeah, you can ask me as many questions as you want. Yeah, whether it's about the visiting artist or just glass. So I don't know about difficult, but when it comes to colored glass, it can be pretty expensive because you use different metals and minerals. So one of the colors we use is a pinkish purplish color, and that's coming from gold chloride, which comes from literal gold. So that one is hard to find and buy because it's just expensive to produce in the beginning. And then there's also specialized colors that have silver in them, and people literally use gold leaf and silver leaf in their pieces as well. So yeah, just interesting. So at the center bench, we're using a piece of chalk to give ourselves a target to hit when we attach another pipe to the bottom of the piece. And attaching this second pipe to the piece basically just lets us break the piece off of the pipe that it was built on or that it was originally attached to. Also, over on the right, we have completely closed off the end of our bubble of patterned glass over there. So they're actually able to blow into this and shape it into the final piece. So Ben's just brought over the punty, which is that second pipe, that clear attachment on the end. This is hot enough to almost fuse to the bottom of the piece. So they make this divot in that connection, making it easy to break off later on. Once this is solidly connected and not moving too much, they'll go ahead and break the piece off. And to break the piece off, we'll apply some water, cracking that connection from thermal shock so it pops right off with just the tap of a pipe. I know, it's like magic, right? They just control the heat across the entire piece so those cracks don't spread and they stay right where they're placed, and then it pops right off. So now that they've flipped the orientation, they can get rid of that clear glass at the top of the neck, fix up the neck overall, and then we're going to be attaching our final decorative flowers to the outside of the piece. Also, if anyone would like free stickers or magnets or business cards of Luis's, if you want to find his website, look at more of his work, I have all of these little stickers and magnets, business cards. So feel free to come grab some. So today, I think, is a little bit different than what you usually see. Whenever we have visiting artists here in the hot shop, they usually use only or mostly the Museum of Glass's resident hot shop team. And today we have a mix. So we have 3 of our resident hot shop team members, and then we also have some basically Luis's friends, because he is a very local artist here in Tacoma. So yeah, we have a mix of people today. So the center bench, they keep heating up just the top half of the neck. Gabe is trimming off some glass. This is getting rid of thickness, a little bit of height, getting them closer to the exact size they want. And I did want to get a view of the right bench eventually. They're not quite at the point I wanted to show off yet, but they're making something called a stuff cup over there, or a color cup. So what they do with this, they blow a glass bubble, and then they open up one end of it into basically a cup with a rounded bottom. And what they can do with that is they will stuff another bubble of glass inside of it, and this helps them layer different patterns and colors, or just kind of push the patterns and colors to the surface of the piece so it's more on the outside. It's a lot of work. So we have a view of this up on the screen over on the right bench. They are starting to blow this out more and more. This is still just getting closer to the size we need. And could we have the Marini diagram? I'm not sure if it's loaded up. So you guys didn't get to see the very beginning of this process, and actually I didn't either, but the patterning you see on the bubble over on the right bench is from something called Marini. So with Marini, you can create different patterns inside of this long rod of glass, basically by layering different colors on top of each other and then stretching that image out so you get a smaller image when you cut it up. And it could be as simple as a circle or a square, or it could be something as complicated as a face or lettering. And what we have for this piece are little white dots kind of scattered throughout clear. And at this point, we attach another pipe onto the end of that bubble. So it looks like we'll be ready to open it up into that cup shape pretty soon. Just transfer it to a different pipe first. And then when we break the piece off from that original pipe, we're left with an opening into the bubble. So at the center bench, Luis is heating up one of his flowers to attach to this piece. And again, really important that we're keeping all of these individual pieces of glass nice and warm, whether it's a large blown piece or a small flame-worked piece like those flowers. So Zane's been carrying them over on this hot tray. And can we have a view of the center bench, please? So we're going to be attaching flower after flower after flower. There's also some leaves that are going to be attached around these flowers as well. And could we have that inspiration image again on the screen? Thank you. So this is kind of what we're basing the pieces off of that you're seeing made at the center bench. We did finish one of these earlier successfully. We put it away. It's going to slowly cool down overnight. So we're on to our second. Thank you. Hey, welcome to those who joined us in the hot shop. I know some new faces have come in here and there, so I want to reintroduce what we have going on one more time. We have a visiting artist today. His name is Luis Sanchez. He's the one who's working at the center bench with the black gloves on. He's been attaching these flowers that he's made to the outside of the piece at the moment. And I just can't emphasize enough how intricate this work is. Again, this is called flame working. Using this table-mounted torch, you could create these small scale but very detailed pieces of glass art. And something a lot of people don't know is there are different kinds of glass and they're not compatible with each other. So we have to specifically take colored glass from the hot shop and use it on the torch and then bring it back into the hot shop to attach to the outside of the piece. It's really complicated. They've spent who knows how much time on all of these pieces of glass. And this is the second one of this specific piece that we've worked on today. We will also have another separate project going on the side bench throughout this process, so I'll be sure to explain kind of what's happening at both benches. And you guys feel free to ask any questions that you guys might have. I also do have business cards of Luis's, as well as some stickers that I've been giving out to people if anyone would like any of those. Oh, and also magnets. And this is the last day of Luis's residency. He's been here since Friday, working on a variety of pieces, which you can see some finished pieces right here on the front table. Yeah, exactly. Luis has made a lot of jewelry since I've known him. And, oh, I can't remember what these are called. I feel really bad. But he has put jewelry and other artwork into exhibits as well, which I made sure to list. So he's had work displayed at the Tacoma Art Museum, which is really close by to us, Bainbridge Arts and Crafts, and also Bainbridge Island Museum of Art. But yeah, feel free to take a closer look at any of this artwork if you so wish. Take as many photos as you like. Also, every day that we're down on the hot shop floor, we live stream what we have going on. So if you're curious about how they made the patterning for the piece we've been working on over on the right, you could watch them make that patterning from Friday. If you look up our channel on YouTube, where you could see how this piece began. So we're actually getting pretty close to breaking this piece off and putting it away. You'll notice we always torch the pipe that's connecting the piece and the clear glass. And then we also torch any weak points in the glass. All these small flowers are cooling down really quickly, so we give them a little extra heat to make sure they don't shock and crack. And then Sarah is getting suited up in these big Kevlar gloves, this face shield, the whole thing, and is going to pick up this piece off the end of the pipe and carry it over to that large black box over on the right wall to put it away. So this is your last chance to get any photos of this finished piece. But don't worry, we will have many more pieces throughout the day. Again, we are here till 5 p.m. So after torching that connection, we cut into it using the shears. And then finally, to break the piece off, we apply some water, which cracks that connection. This is why we keep the rest of the piece so warm. Those cracks stay right where they're placed, enough that we just pop the piece right off. And then let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work finishing that piece. So again, this is the second one of those we've made today. These end up being relatively quick today because they've already finished the overall vase shape on a previous date, and then we just pick it up on the end of our pipe and then add the flowers on. I guess that's a simple way to describe it. It's definitely much more complicated than that. And now I know some of you guys have just joined in, so I did want to give another reintroduction as to what we have going on. We will have even more projects going on, usually till about 1 p.m. Then that's when we have our lunch break. So up on the screen, there is a slideshow playing, showing off some of our visiting artist artwork. Again, Luis Sanchez. And we actually have some of his stickers, magnets, business cards down here if you guys are curious to check out his website, see more of his work online. And then we are going to see a variety of projects today. So including the ones we've seen already, we're also going to see a blown glass pig that's made to hold a plant over on the right bench, I believe. We started that project already, so we're going to be finishing that one. And again, all the vessels that you're seeing made in the hot shop, including the ones that are already made down on the front table, those are all designed by our visiting artists, and they're based off of clay vessels traditionally found in Mexico. And Luis stated that he wants to make enough pieces to fill a dining room table. Hey, and welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We're gonna have two different projects going on at the same time, it looks like. We have been working on a variety of pieces throughout the day today. They're definitely different than what we have on display, but some similarities are the fact that we have a base piece and then we have these intricate details that we're adding to the surface. So with the ones we've been making today, Luis, our visiting artist, has made flowers and has been attaching them to the outside of the piece. So they're very three-dimensional, very detailed. We're also going to see a glass-blown pig made, which is going to be open on the back of it, so you could put a plant inside of it. So it's like a plant holder. And all of this artwork is based off of kind of like what you're seeing on the screen, some traditional Mexican clay vessels. And Luis Sanchez, he's the one in the black shirt. He was wearing black gloves earlier, but he's in the far back. I'll make sure to point him out as we continue on too. Yeah, I think they're just deliberating, talking about the steps of the next process they're jumping into. So all of our projects start with the furnace, which is that closed door tank that they just opened up. So inside of here, we have a ceramic crucible that's just filled with clear molten glass inside of it, up to 1,000 pounds of glass. And we keep it at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. At this temperature, the glass is textured a lot like honey, so we can really push it, move it around. So we are getting started over on the right bench. So I think what we're going to see at both the left and the right bench now is the color overlay process. So this is what gives us our color across the entire surface of the piece. So these ones are a really good example. This gray, it's very smooth. It doesn't have any speckling or anything. It's that gray background. Meanwhile, this one, you can see a lot more visual texture. So this is probably coming from a powder or a crushed glass that they applied to the surface. So what we do is we heat up some colored glass, completely molten, and then we drop it down on top of a clear bubble. And then we just layer that color completely over top of it by smoothing and evening it out. And the different colors in glass come from different metals, metal oxides mixed in. So to get a blue glass, you might be using cobalt, or you might be using a form of copper oxide. We have a pretty good view of this on the screen, by the way. So we've melted down that color. We're dropping this down. And then we cut it off. So now we're working at the center and right bench. If we could have a view of one of those, please. Thank you. So for those who are just joining in, I'm actually not entirely certain what we're starting next, but we are starting with adding our color to the glass. And by making a pulled pony as well, apparently. These are oftentimes made from leftover bits of color so that they don't feel like they're wasting a single little thing. Also, the color you see right now, that orangish reddish, it's just from the heat of the glass. It's so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat and glowing like lava. It's the best explanation. So as it cools down, it'll change back to its original color. And once we let the previous layer of glass cool down, we start gathering layers of clear glass over top. So Trent has gathered some clear over on the right. We're pushing that around, smoothing it out using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. And Gabe is just about to do the same thing at the center bench with that glass that he's let cool down. Oh, and just to point out one more time, we already have a bubble of air inside of both of these pieces of glass that we're working on at the moment. This is something that we start with a really small bubble and then we just slowly expand it as we go along. Yeah, just in case anyone was curious about that, because I know a lot of you guys can't see from this area, but that was just a pipe cooler we used for a few seconds. It's a trough of water that we set the pipe into, just so we can get better leverage, get our hand closer to the glass on the pipe. So this is the patterned piece of glass we were working on earlier. A lot of you guys came in after we did that or started that in general, but this has basically these repeating little circles of white all across the surface of that cup. And what we're going to do with this, we're going to take our new bubble of colored glass and we're going to stuff it inside of that cup to pick it up. So we're going to have a layer of color underneath the layer of patterned glass. So it looks like we're going to be stuffing this cup with that bubble over on the right. So you guys over there are going to have a pretty good view of this. Can we have a view of the right bench maybe? They're going to stuff the cup over there. So we're knocking this cup off. You can see that pattern decently well. And then it will set this cup upright into a heated ring. You can see this pretty well on the screen, by the way, guys. And then we stuff that bubble of colored glass right inside. And the bubble is pretty skinny, so it drops down. It touches the bottom first, and then as we push and blow, it fills up the rest of the cup. And just like that, we have 2 layers of glass now. We have our layer of color, we have our layer of pattern. And you can see the drawing of the pigs on the floor there. So that's the shape that we're aiming for. Oh, and just to mention one more time, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention, let me know. You can ask questions about the visiting artists or just about glass in general. Yeah, the visiting artist has full control over what we make down on the hot shop floor. So they could be making pieces for a gallery, they could be making personal pieces or commission pieces. In this case, Luis is trying to make enough pieces to apparently fill a dining room table, and he wants them all to be like one thing. So it's going to be all displayed at once or all sold at once eventually. Yeah, of course. And every once in a while, you're going to see us using this big box right here. So the piece that Gabe was working on at the center bench, we're setting it aside in here. This is called the garage. It just keeps the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we work on maybe other components or, you know, anything in general. And then we can bring it back out and attach things together. And could we have a view of the right bench, please? So you can see how much that patterning pops now that they have that layer of color underneath. So we just gathered another layer of clear, and you may be confused as to why we've done this. So this is us just trying to strip a lot of that glass right back off. So we roll it on the table, push it off, and luckily, since this is all clear glass, we can reuse this, just crush it up and throw it back into the furnace on a later date. But yeah, the reason we do this at all, we just wanted to make sure that the color was covered in a protective layer of clear, but we didn't necessarily want to add a bunch of mass to the piece, so just a little bit of clear. So we have a view of the right bench where we are really starting to work with this glass. We've blown it out a little bit. We've just started the jack line, which is that divot in the glass. That's basically a breaking point that we'll use later. And we still have a lot of blowing left to do and a lot of shaping. Again, this is turning into the pig. So this is going to be blown out. We're probably going to pull certain portions of the bubble or maybe add things onto it to create facial features, legs, tails. Also, we're using these wooden paddles right now, more so for shielding the artist's arm and hand from the heat that's coming off of the piece rather than anything else. But we do use these wooden paddles to flatten the piece as well. When you see us make a mark that is along the length of the pipe, this is usually a marking of this side up or this side down or some sort of position marking so that we can make sure something ends up very symmetrical. I'm not sure if did they just make those markings? Okay, yeah, they're probably going to be flattening the sides of the piece and they just wanted to mark the sides they wanted to flatten. So these are corkwood paddles made out of cork, just like a wine cork, for example. And we use them to flatten our pieces out, whether it's sculptural or blown like this. So we're getting closer to the shape of the pig's body by doing this. So I was just checking in on the center bench because they're going to be working on another project right here as well. So we still have the pig happening over on the right bench, but at the center bench, we're going to see a piece of this shape on the floor. And it's going to be, Gabe was pointing out, textured a lot like this piece right here on the table. And what they do basically is they have that underneath layer of transparent gray, just like all these other pieces, but there's a powdered white glass that's applied to the surface. And on a later date, Luis, our visiting artist, he can sandblast through that layer of white to reveal the transparent gray underneath. And that can create a really crisp pattern, stark contrast between the colors. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. We have two different projects happening at the same time, but something important to mention is we do have a visiting artist in the hot shop today. His name is Luis Sanchez, and he's the one in the far back with the black shirt and the almost black pants, all the way in the back. And we are working on a blown pig over on the far right bench. That's the one that has the really intricate patterning on the surface of the glass. And then we're also going to be working on this piece, which you see drawn on the floor next to the center bench. And we're getting decently close to actually blowing this piece of glass out into that shape now. Actually, yeah, so visiting artists are welcome to bring their own assistants, and oftentimes they'll do this when they are really comfortable working with someone, then it translates well into a different setting as well. But we have a mix of people on the floor today. We have some of our resident hot shop team that works here full time, and we also have some people that Luis has brought in. And something that is in common with all of us is all of the people Luis has brought in and Luis himself are all part of Hilltop Artists, which is a local nonprofit organization that allows kids 12 and up to blow glass. So Luis himself, he started blowing and working with glass at about 13 years old and continued through it, is now a program manager over at Hilltop Artists. So he's stuck around. And yeah, a lot of the people on the floor are Hilltop Artists alumni themselves. So we're working with some pretty hot temperatures here. The equipment that we're working with usually runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And the glass never gets colder than 1000 degrees Fahrenheit. 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is solid. And if it drops further than that, it'll crack from thermal shock. So it's always somewhere between 1 and 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, it's hot. You could feel the heat coming off of the glass if somebody were to like walk by you with a piece on the end of the pipe. It's a lot of radiant heat. And could I have Luis's slideshow up on the screen, please? The screen is blank. Thank you. So up on the screen, we have a slideshow going. We have so many people who have just joined in, so I wanted to make sure you had a chance to see our visiting artist artwork. So these are some previous works of his, maybe some inspiration photos. And Luis is up here in the front, actually, just to point him out to you all real quick. And again, we are working on two of his designs at the same time in this moment. We're making a blown glass pig over on the right bench, and this is going to have an open back for a plant to be kind of placed inside. And then at the center bench, this piece is drawn out on the floor just next to where they're working. So that's the final shape you could expect there. And this one's interesting. It has a powdered colored glass on the surface, which gives it almost more of a matte appearance. And this is so they can sandblast through the color and reveal this transparent gray underneath again. So all these pieces have a lot of complex techniques that are going into them. wanted to especially point out this piece and some of the others that are similar to it. So these are specifically clay vessels traditionally found in Mexico, and this is what a lot or all of the pieces that we're making during this residency are based off of. And Luis is hoping to make enough pieces to fill up an entire dining table. And he's saying he wants all of them to be exhibited together, put in a gallery together, sold together. So these are all separate pieces, but they will all be one bigger display. So this is the body of this vase that they've drawn out on the floor. And we actually already have the neck of the vase partially made and set aside. It's just been staying warm in the garage right here, which is this large silver box, at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So what we'll do is we'll take that back out, we'll start heating it up a little bit, and then eventually connect the two together. But first we need access to the top of the body, because that's where we're going to be attaching the neck. So you'll see how they do that. So with this piece at the center bench, we're going to be bringing over another pipe and attaching this right to the center of the bottom of the piece. So this is, you could think of it essentially as a second handle. We're adding a second handle, and then we're going to break off the first handle, which is the first pipe that we originally blew the piece on. So once this is securely connected, and that connection is set up a little bit, they'll break that piece away. And this is done using some water that cracks the connection from thermal shock enough that it pops off with the tap of the pipe. So now we have access to the top of the shoulder or the top of the body, and we can attach that neck eventually. And could we check in on the pig over on the right bench? Could we have a view of the right bench, please? So to create the pig, to create all these different features such as the legs, the face, ears, they're taking certain portions of the bubble, they're superheating it with a handheld torch, and then they're bringing over another pipe. And since it's hot enough to stick, they just stick it onto the surface and pull away, and that pulls out a portion of the bubble and creates these things like the legs and the tail. Yeah, you can see how far they've come already. Yeah, I was just describing an important process where we finish the piece and we set it aside in an annealer to cool it down. And the annealers are these large boxes that we have throughout the room. We're using the one on the right wall over there today to cool our pieces down. And it's actually not cold. It's sitting at about 950 degrees Fahrenheit the entire day. We just load pieces inside of it and then eventually press a button and it's programmed to cool over a certain period of time at a certain rate. And this depends on the thickness and the fragility of the glass. So these pieces that we've been making today that have these really fragile flowers that are attached onto the surface and they're just like sticking out from the surface, those are probably gonna have to cool a little bit longer to make sure there's no stress built up in any of those connections. So yeah, it's a long cooling process. Usually it's about overnight or about a day, and we go up to 2 days, and we try not to go beyond that just for space reasons. But yeah, we can expect to see the pieces that we made today in probably a couple of days. And I know some new people have joined here and there, so I want to point out a couple of important things. First of all, of course, the person up in the front talking to some members of the audience, he's our visiting artist today. His name is Luis Sanchez. And we actually do have some business cards, stickers, and magnets of his. I've been giving them out throughout the day, so let me know if you would like some. And we are working on 2 of his projects at the same time. So all the pieces that we've seen since Friday through today, they're all designed by him. And they're specifically based off of clay vessels that are traditionally found in Mexico. So this one over on the right, this is a blown glass pig. I'm sure you all have been able to tell so far. And this is going to have an open back where the pipe is attached to the piece. Currently it's going to be open so a plant can sit inside of it. And then this piece at the center bench, we have quite a bit of our shape already, but eventually we're going to be bringing over another long piece of glass and attaching that as our neck. So we still have a lot of work to do with this one here at the center bench. And this one, I want to describe the background of it. So it's going to have a surface of white. So this white is directly on the surface of the piece. And therefore, Luis can sandblast the surface, which will carve through that white and reveal the transparent gray underneath. So this is a project that's not even done once we finish it in the hot shop. So yeah, I actually didn't point this out, but I don't know, it goes to show that things happen. And what makes you a good glass blower is how you fix things, not what you make. So at the center bench, when they broke the piece off of that original pipe earlier, there was this big crack that like ran all the way down the side, and you could see through the white and kind of see the other colors. So they're really trying to pick that glass off and away. And the original plan was to attach that neck to the top and keep the opening pretty small. So now that they're flaring it out, I'm actually not sure. Maybe they've changed the plan completely because it's not able to do that anymore. So yeah, things just happen. Glass breaks. That is, it's glass. So it's looking like they are done with the piece at the center bench, so they're getting ready to break it off and put it away. You can always tell when they start torching the connection where the pipe is kind of attached to the piece. That's the area they focus a lot of heat on until they see some movement in that connection. And then we, of course, have a view of the pig over on the right bench. We're still not quite done with this. We have to open up the back of the pig where it's connected to the pipe at the moment so that we could put a plant inside of it. So they're making sure the pig is going to sit completely flat on a surface such as a table. They are setting it completely just straight up and down on a wooden paddle. The wood is going to burn slowly over time, but we sometimes need an insulating material to use on the glass. So the center bench, to break the piece off, we apply some water to that connecting point. This is just cracking that connection, so when we tap the pipe, it pops off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that piece. And now it's safely in the annealer. We don't have to worry about it breaking. So this box, again, it will slowly cool the glass down at least overnight, if not for even over a day. Some of these pieces are going to be pretty fragile, so I imagine they'll take longer to cool down. And now we can focus a little bit more on the pig over on the right bench. I just saw Luis over there with a white rod of glass called a stringer or piece of cane, and he used it to create 2 white dots for the eyes. So that's what he's done with that. Oh, you know, one thing I wanted to mention real quick, if anyone wants to see some of these previous pieces that were made, there's a live stream every single day that we're in the hot shop. Or if you want to see how this pattern was made on the pig, you can just pull up our YouTube channel. You can go to previous live streams by clicking on the live button. We have them from years ago. You could pull up any live stream you want. And what you see on the live stream is what you see on the screen, and what you hear is what I say on the microphone. Just Museum of Glass, and if you need to, sometimes I'll plug in Museum of Glass Tacoma, and it'll especially pop up. Because there's also the Corning Museum of Glass, so sometimes they'll pop up. So Luis is going in with these stringers again. So this is a really good example of flame working. We're working with just that single hot flame, a little bit of a smaller scale. This really helps us with detailed work. So this piece is technically not done. Again, we have to open up the back of the pig, which is currently attached to the pipe. And it's seeming like we don't have quite enough time to do that at the moment. So we're going to set it aside in the garage, which is a silver box, to keep it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. When we come back from lunch, we'll pull it out and completely finish it off. Yeah, of course. Yeah, if anyone has any final questions, feel free to ask away. And if not, then we'll be back in about an hour from now, so probably just at about 2 p.m. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So we are going to continue a project that we started before lunch. And don't worry, I'll explain it to you all, and you'll see it very soon as well. So today we have a visiting artist. His name is Luis Sanchez, and he's been here since Friday. These are some pieces that he's made during the residency right here on the table, just some good reference pieces. And the ones we're seeing today are even more complex, in my opinion. The piece that you're going to see us continue to work on has this really intricate patterning on the surface of the glass. And this is coming from something called Marini. So maybe if you know a lot about glass, you might recognize that term. If not, no worries. Basically, it's this patterned glass. Create a large or long stick of glass, and when you cut it up to look at the cross-section has a pattern. And for this pattern, it's just a bunch of repeating white dots within clear glass. And this has been turned into a blown glass pig. And this pig is going to be opened up, the back of it's going to be opened up, and eventually a plant will be able to be placed just inside the opening on its back. So that's what we can expect to see right off the bat. And we're going to have more projects that we're working on throughout the day as well. And something else I really want to highlight, something I personally really enjoy about Luis's work, is his flame working, which is usually smaller scale like you see here, but very, very detailed. So we use this setup that you see here. Table-mounted torch, propane, oxygen, and rods of colored glass to create flowers or fish like you'll see on these front pedestals. These are all things Luis has made. And he's taken these flowers and he's attaching them to the sides of his pieces that we've been seeing today in the hot shop. So combining glass blowing and flame working. And this is Luis himself up in the front. We also have some stickers, business cards, and magnets of his, so if anyone would like to see those, be able to find his website through that. Yeah, so this silver box right here, we've been using it throughout the day and we will continue to use it throughout the day, but this is called the garage and it's been keeping that glass pig warm for an hour while we ate lunch. And when I say warm, I mean about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so a little hot for us. But for glass, this is a very happy medium temperature. We can warm it up further and work with the glass, or we can start cooling it down really slowly from that temperature. So now we have our glass pig at the center bench. So you can see that glass pig pretty well at the center bench. And right now the pipe is connected to the back of the pig, like the pig's literal back. When we break this pipe off, that's going to create an opening in the back, which we can then widen the opening further from there, finish it off. But we have to warm it up properly before we can do anything with it. So we're using this fluffy torch, heating up any cold areas and keeping it warm overall by using the glory hole, which is the large open face furnace, which runs about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, by the way. And I'm making sure to mention this because everyone's joining in at different times, everyone's seeing different things being made. If you missed any parts of the piece that you're really curious about, like when we got the pattern on the glass or when we got the legs of the pig, for example, you can pull up the live stream on our YouTube channel and you can go back years, or you can just go back 50 minutes and see us earlier today. So that is really, really useful. It's something I wish I could pull up myself, but you guys can do it easily on your phones. Just look up Museum of Glass on YouTube. So this is what we've been using to heat up and sculpt throughout the piece, is this really hot handheld torch. And right now we're using it to drill a hole into the end of the piece. So this is a hollow piece. If you didn't know that already, it's blown, it's hollow all the way through. And to make sure that we're not creating a vacuum, a piece that's completely closed off, we will usually drill a hole into the piece. And just now we've attached a pipe onto the end of the pig. And then to break the piece off of its original pipe, we apply water, cracking that connection from thermal shock, and then tap the pipe, and then the piece should just pop right off. They're applying plenty of water to make sure those cracks travel all the way through that connection. So now because of this, we have an opening in the back of the pig. And this is the area we're going to work on next. Oh yeah, you also notice there's a lot of people on the floor today. I would say this is actually a little unusual. Usually you see teams of 3 or 4 for projects, but artists are allowed to bring in any assistance they want for their residencies, as well as the assistance of our resident hot shop team. So we have our resident hot shop team and we have additional assistance that Luis has brought in, which, by the way, all of those assistants and Luis and myself were all from a program here in Tacoma called Hilltop Artists. If you don't know about this already, I always love to highlight it, talk about it. So Luis started working with glass at about age 13. So Hilltop Artists, you can start blowing glass as young as 12 in the back of a middle school or a high school here in Tacoma. There's after-school clubs, there's electives, all sorts of ways to get involved. And yeah, we have a ton of alumni on the floor, and then Luis himself became the program manager at Hilltop Artists after being an alumni. So just kind of a cool story, and it's something that you guys can get your kids involved in as well. So I just wanted to point out something. We finally built up enough heat around that opening that we were able to trim some excess glass off. We quite literally just took shears, which are like glass scissors, and cut some extra glass away. So we now have a much wider opening, got rid of some extra glass. And what's fun about these trimmings is you can kind of see the final color of the piece as it cools down on the floor. These pieces that fall on the floor are eventually going to spontaneously break apart later on. Could be a minute from now, could be a year from now, because it hasn't gone through the slow cooling cycle called annealing. So now, this is a part that I've been really excited to describe. We saw this earlier with some of the pieces we were making throughout the day earlier, but Luis, again, he does flame working as well as glass blowing. So flame working, this smaller setup up here with the torches. Here's an example flower. The petal's technically broken, but it's okay. And he's taking these flowers one by one off of this heated tray. Everything has to be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And he's connecting them to the pig, just one by one. And this part is tricky. You have to delicately balance the temperature. If it gets too hot, the petals start to move. You start to lose the shape of the piece. If it's too cold, then the petals will crack and break. So we have to keep it just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at any point in time. Okay, we have a pretty good view of this pig up on the screen. Yeah, see, that texture is so hard to describe. So it looks like we're moving on to putting some leaves onto the pig as well, just surrounding the flowers. And while I have a little bit of time, could I have a slide that shows off the type of marini that we're working with? I think we might have one that started as a bundle of cane. Don't worry, I'm not talking to you guys. So just to describe from the very beginning, cane are basically these sticks of colored glass. To put it very simply, solid glass, and it's called cane. And the cane that we used for the patterning on the surface of this pig has white in the center and clear on the outside. If you look at the cross section, it's almost like looking at tree rings, right? And we are essentially using really short pieces of those on the surface of the glass to get these string-like patterns on the piece. To put it very, very simply, it's definitely not that simple. And again, we did make this patterning first thing this morning. So if you wanted to, you could look at our live stream from this morning and find the exact process. Also, it looks like we are finished with this pig at this point, so we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. You can always tell because you'll see somebody getting suited up in these Kevlar gloves, this face shield, all this protective equipment. Oh, there we go. This is the exact thing I was trying to describe earlier. So this is the marini that we used earlier to get this patterning on the pig. Thank you very much. So just like any other piece, to break the piece off of the pipe, we apply water to that connection, cracking that connection enough that we should be able to just pop it off. Again, these flowers are fragile, so we're just applying a little extra heat, making sure there's no stress. And then we tap the pipe, and let's give them a huge round of applause for breaking that piece off. It's always a little bit of a scary and impressive moment. And now this goes inside of the annealer. This is what slowly cools the glass down overnight, preventing thermal shock. And who knows how long these are going to be in there. This could be in there for up to 2 days. So just like that, one very massive process is done. And again, we will be working until 5 p.m., so you can expect to see some other projects. I'm sure the artists are going to deliberate. They're going to get some water. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask away. And let's have Luis's slideshow up on the screen, please. Could I have Luis's slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So I know some of you guys haven't seen this yet, but up on the screen there is a slideshow playing, showing off some of Luis's previously made artwork. Again, Luis Sanchez is our visiting artist today, and he's the one in the back right next to the glory hole at the center bench. Okay, so we have two different projects that we're going to be working on next, so we're hopping into right now. So at the center bench, we are going to be making this shape that you see drawn onto the floor, so a vase-like shape. The body is going to have this color and texture you see right here. And what is specifically interesting about this is a powdered colored glass that's applied directly to the surface of the piece. Usually we don't have color on the surface of our piece unless, and the same is for this case, we want to sandblast or etch away at the color. So Luis on a later date is going to sandblast through the surface of this piece and the one that we're going to be making to create designs almost like these, I think, which you see on the table as well. So yeah, something interesting and very difficult. And then we're also going to see some candle cups or candle holders made over on the right bench. And these are going to be made to look like stone. So those are the two different projects we're going to see made. And that'll both be happening at the same time. So we've actually already gotten started over on the left bench for the body of this vase right here at the center bench. So what we do is we have to get our color on the glass pretty much first thing, or our color within the glass. And the way that we do this for these really smooth, even layers of gray, like we're going to have for this piece, is we use something called color bar. And could I have the image of color bar up on the screen, please? Actually, luckily for myself, I've got some color bar right here, so I don't even need to show you on the screen. So this is color bar. It's just solid colored glass through and through. You can't feel it, but it's actually pretty heavy. And what we do is we'll break off sections of this at a time. and we'll melt it down and we'll essentially layer it on top of a clear bubble. And then if we leave that alone, the color is right on the surface of the piece. So we'll usually cover that up in another layer or two of clear again. And what this does is it sandwiches the color within the walls of the piece. And since this color bar is just pure colored glass, it ends up creating this really smooth layer of color. Unlike the powder, which you'll see has a little bit of variation, kind of speckling to it. Thank you. And again, this is where we start all of our projects in the back right here. So that tank with the closed door, that glow is just kind of emanating behind that closed door. This is holding all of our clear molten glass inside of it in a big ceramic crucible. And that's sitting at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. It's kind of the texture of honey when we first start working with it. So Trent has just picked up 2 layers of that clear. So again, Sarah over on the left bench already has that layer of color inside, and she's just now started to gather layers of clear over top of that color. Each time we gather a layer of glass or get any color, we sit down and we use the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool you see Sarah using on the screen. This is kept saturated in water constantly just to make sure it doesn't burn as much when we touch it to the glass. And once it starts to smoke, we dip it in water again. So we'll use this tool a couple of times. This is smoothing, evening all of that glass out, and then we expand the bubble a little bit. And something important that I haven't mentioned yet is this is just going to be the body of the vase that we're working on right now. It's not going to be the neck. The neck we have already made, and we set it aside in the garage, which, again, for anyone that hasn't seen this yet, the garage is a silver box right here. It's sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. So we'll be able to pull that out once we have the body made, and then just bring the two together. So we have a pretty good view of the left bench. Sarah's using this pad. This is actually just folded up newspaper that has been splashed with a little bit of water. So those will contour to the shape of your hand, and then the glass will basically just contour to the shape of your hand through the papers. It's a really convenient tool, and surprisingly, you can't feel any heat through them. And again, this glass is going to turn out gray. I know it doesn't look gray right now. There's just a lot of heat built up in this glass, so it's radiating light like lava. And then again, they're going to be making some candle holders over on that right bench, so that's what they're getting started on over there. You'll notice that the beginning of the piece, as long as it's a blown piece, is very similar no matter if it's a plate or a bowl or a vase. We always start the same way. We get our color, we get all our layers of clear. So Sarah's gathered another layer of clear and is cooling the pipe off, just using a pipe cooler, trough of water. And pretty soon here, we're going to start disappearing around the corner, kind of going back and forth and then disappearing around the corner. And that's because we're using the powder booth. So could we have a view of the powder booth on the screen? Hopefully we catch them in time. But the powder booth is kind of as it sounds. We work with our powdered colored glass in here. It has good ventilation, so we don't inhale any powdered glass. And this is going to create this white layer of color across the surface so that we can eventually sandblast through and reveal the gray in patterning. And this is going to take a lot of layers. So we'll apply one layer as thick as we can. We'll heat this up to melt it in. And then we go back and do that process over and over again. I think about 4 or 5 times I've noticed. So, how many pieces are made is always dependent on what we're making. But usually, when people have residencies here, they're trying to step kind of out of their comfort zone, do something bigger, try something new. So, the pieces end up being bigger and more complex. And therefore, I've noticed we usually only get through like 4 really complex pieces. Or today, they did a ton of prep work on previous dates. So, they had things already made and they were able to whip things together in like half an hour. So today we finished a lot of pieces so far. Like 5 pieces so far, and we're still going. So again, we're just building up all those layers of white. The goal is to not be able to see through that layer of white even after we blow it out and stretch out the glass a little bit. And that's the only reason we're really using the left bench at this moment. Once we have all the glass we need, we'll move to the center bench and actually start blowing it out into the body of our vase. Also, just a reminder, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and let me know. It could be about the artist, which again, Luis is right up here in the front. You can easily ask him questions, relay information, or it could just be about glass in general, even things you've seen in the gallery. So we have brought this to the center bench, heating it up a little bit further before we move on. But we should start to blow this out pretty soon into that final shape. And I wanted to emphasize one more time, because I'm not sure if everyone was here for this explanation, but we already have the neck for this vase made, because the neck is just going to be a transparent gray. The body is going to have that layer of white on the surface. And the neck is sitting inside of here, just staying warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we'll pull it out eventually and attach it to the top of our piece. Still have a little bit of time before we get there. So to make those candle holders appear more stone-like, which again, that was the goal, we are sprinkling powder directly onto the surface of the piece. And I think the goal is going to be to heat it up as little as possible so that powder stays textured on the surface. And at the center bench, we're marvering this piece of glass. Marvering can be done for multiple reasons, but in this case, wherever the glass is touching the table, it's sucking heat out of the piece, and it's going to prevent it from blowing out too much in that direction at the end. So we have blown this out a little bit already, but I wanted to point out something important, which is that divot that we just created right off the end of the pipe. This is called a jack line, and we're basically just creating a weak point for ourselves to break the piece off later on. And we'll create this line before we even finish the shape, no matter what piece it is. And then again, we're using these wooden paddles for shielding Gabe's arm and hand from that radiant heat coming off of the piece. We do use them to flatten the bottoms of our pieces as well, which is why they're so charred. So the pieces we're working on right now are not going to have any flowers attached to them, but the piece that we're working on at the center bench, it's going to be that shape we see drawn on the floor there, and it's going to have a texture on the body just like this right here. And so Luis is going to etch through the surface of this and create more floral designs that way. So in the end, we are going to have floral designs. It's just not quite yet in the hot shop. Oh yeah, and over on the right bench, over there, we're making some candle holders as well. So 2 projects going on at the same time. So now we've focused a lot of heat just on the very bottom of the piece, or the end of the bubble. And I assume this is so that we can flatten the bottom more easily without affecting the shape anywhere else. So this is a graphite paddle. We don't see these used super often. Looks like Gabe is putting some beeswax on it. And we'll use this to flatten the bottom. And once that's flattened to their liking, that means that the lower half of the piece is basically done. So now we've just got to keep this piece of glass warm for the time being. And eventually we'll be bringing over another pipe, attaching this to the center of the bottom right where we just flattened. And then we'll be able to break it off of the pipe it's on right now. And that's when we can bring the neck over and finish the piece off, because then we'll finally have access to the top of the body where we want the neck. Also, I'm not sure if anyone's noticed this, but just something interesting, a little bit of chemistry happening with the glass. When we torch the glass with that fluffy flame that's kind of hanging out behind Gabe's shoulder, this is pulling the metals inside of the white color to the surface of the piece and creating a metallic sort of sheen. Yeah, you can actually see it's a little bit darker near the pipe. That's where we've been torching. So we attach that pipe right to the center of the bottom. We'll create a divot in this connection as well, just making it easier to break off later. And then after letting that set up for just a second, we apply water to crack that connection and pop the piece right off. So just like that, we've flipped the orientation of the piece. So Sarah has pulled that neck back out, and it's over at the left bench. So now they have to have two different pieces of glass that they're working with at the same time. Eventually they'll heat up the two openings or connection points and then bring them together. And again, this is easily comparable to one of the pieces we have on the pedestal right now. It's just a little bit of a different shape, but it's the same concept where they have the white on the body and then just the transparent gray neck. Wow, so we have just brought that neck over, and in one go, they were able to attach that right on top. They'll use the papers to kind of smooth out this connection, give it a puff of air, and then eventually we'll be breaking away this smaller pipe that we used to carry the neck over. And this is done same way as always, applying some water, cracking that connection, and popping the pipe away. So, for anyone that's recently joined in, welcome into the Hot Shop. Okay. We are working on a vase at the center bench. This has specifically a powder white surface for the body and then a transparent gray neck. And the reason this is done, our visiting artist Luis, he's in the back in the black shirt over there, he's going to be sandblasting the surface of the glass right here, etching through it to create different designs and kind of reveal that transparent gray underneath. So this one is a little bit of a complex, technically multi-day project. And then over on the right, we are also working on some candle cups or candle holders, and these are meant to look like stone. To make them look like stone, they've been applying a powder to the surface of the glass. So we do technically have two different projects going on at the same time. All of these pieces for the entire residency will be displayed together as a whole, though. Yeah, Luis is hoping to make as many pieces, well, enough pieces to fill a dining room table. So it's looking like this piece of the center bench is done as well. So we're getting ready to break it off and put it away. You'll always see us torching the basically the end of the pipe where it's connecting the piece to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And you'll see somebody getting suited up in these big Kevlar gloves, this face shield. And when we finish all of our pieces, we've put them inside of the annealers. And just to point out, we're using the annealer over on the right wall. Sarah's kind of standing at the ready. But these boxes sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And they'll just very slowly cool the glass down overnight. So just like that, we have finished our vase. And this goes inside of the annealer to slowly cool down. And it depends on the thickness of the piece and how many connections it has, how stressed it is, how long it takes to cool down. These ones we can expect maybe a day or a little over a day, just because there's some really fragile pieces of glass in there. And if you guys are curious, you can always go back in the live streams, because we live stream every single day that we're down on the hot shop floor. You could go back just an hour, you could go back like 5 years. We have so many different live streams saved permanently on our YouTube channel. But yeah, definitely check out what we made earlier, and we do still have time, so I'm sure we'll see something soon. So for now, we can focus over on the right bench. And could we have a view of the right bench, please? So up on the screen, we do have a good view of the right bench now. Again, we are continuing to make some candle holders over there on the right. And the way that these are made, they're supposed to look like stone. So the color is right on the surface of the glass, and we apply a powder on the surface of the glass, which leaves a texture, much like stone, of course. And I think that we're trying to make a whole set of these. So we just finished our first one not too long ago. So the section of the candle cup or candle holder that we're working on right now is going to be the bottom. So usually we will do this, we'll start with the bottom of the piece, flatten the bottom, and then we'll attach a pipe and then flip the orientation or break the piece off. And then we can work on the opposite side. So yes, we are working on the bottom of the piece first. So we're over at the powder booth right now. We seemingly disappear around the corner, but we're going into this well-ventilated booth, and we're applying a powdered colored glass to the surface of our piece. And we just have to use this booth just to make sure we don't inhale any of that powdered glass while we're using it. But again, this is to get that texture right on the surface of the piece. And it is just a black powder glass. And next we drill a hole into the bottom of the piece. So this piece is hollow all the way through, but in the end it looks like it's solid. And to prevent creating a vacuum in the piece, we'll drill a small hole that you don't see right into the bottom. And this is where we're going to be attaching our next pipe, just over top of that hole. And at the same time, it looks like we're starting our next project over on the left bench, which we have a view of up on the screen. And this is the very beginning of the project where we get our color in the first place. So Sarah has a clear bubble of glass. And we're melting down a solid piece of colored glass that will drop right on top. So there goes that color. It's being dropped on top. And next they go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up the clear. So this creates an even layer of color across the entire surface of the piece. It's what we did for all of the transparent grays, for example. You can see a pretty big difference. This is the powder. You have kind of a speckled finish, and then this really smooth color overlay. That's what it's called. Hey, welcome into the hot shop to those who joined in. We are finishing one vase at the center bench. We're actually getting pretty close. So we've already finished the lower half of the vase completely, pretty much the overall shape. And next, we're going to be attaching a pipe to the center of the bottom of the vase, just so we can break it off from its original pipe. So attaching this second pipe is basically like attaching a second handle, as you might imagine. Once this connection has set up enough, we'll break the piece off, usually by applying some water to crack that connection. So you'll see Gabe dip the tweezers in water, apply that to the glass, and then tap the pipe. So just like that, we've flipped the orientation of the piece, and now we can finish off the neck. And over on the right, we've been continuously working on these candle holders or these candle cups. We're trying to make a decent set of them. And all of these pieces are eventually going to be displayed together. So the top of the neck is completely flared out into basically this disc. And this disc can be sandwiched between the jacks, those two metal blades, and then also a wooden paddle on the opposite side. And what Gabe is doing, it's kind of subtle, but he's pulling out and away from the piece, and he's stretching out the remaining section of the glass, just kind of thinning it out and getting the exact size we need. And all of this glass that he's been pulling out, this is excess, so it's going to be knocked off onto the floor. That's where all these scraps have been coming from throughout the day. We just have these little trimmings left over. Oh, I did want to let you guys know that the museum closes in about 5 minutes. So if you had to stop by anywhere else, like the store or the bathroom, anything, then now's a good time. And yeah, we are almost finished with that last piece over on the right bench. Finished with our vase. Yeah, of course.